Welcome to the latest installment of our coverage of the 3YMM, 3 Years of Mario Maker, the project that was originally released in late 2018, running to early 2019, as the swan song for the original Mario Maker on Wii U. So, the level codes and descriptions, as before, are available on the website that has been linked in the chat. And we're going to continue with the back half of the project today, beginning with level 18 out of 30, which is going to be Demand for Velocity by, I believe it's pronounced Funa Herna, but I've messed that up a few times before, and we'll just go with Funa for simplicity. Funa previously was also present in 1 and 2 YMM, which we covered earlier in the year, and had made some of the more difficult levels in the project that previously consisted of a couple of multi-checkpoints, a series of rooms that often came down to 2 or 3 rather difficult jumps. This looks like it may be similarly difficult, but with possibly a more linear structure. We don't really know that yet, but I'm just kind of gathering that from what I see in the opening screen. We'll find out for sure, though, when we look into Demand for Velocity, where the description reads thus: sometimes you need that extra push to get things done, and it is high time that Mario learns it. Let's do it. No, we need to use the spring at the very beginning. That's actually very clear. Except we need to wait for the first spring to drop in and follow that conveyor, so we can do this. We almost certainly need to continue with as much momentum as possible, unless we have to run into this trampoline as well to kind of build up even more speed, which looks like the arrow is suggesting. Welcome, RX-7 Man. Hope you've been well. Don't have a cow, RX-7 Man. It's probably too late to say that now. You've had many cows by the looks of it. Oh. Can we actually just get bumped like this? We can, except my jump timing out of that ledge has to be just slightly later. But I think that is the right idea. We stand right on the edge, we bump back, and then that will give me enough momentum to get carried over. You had 2 baby cows last night. Was it steak night? Sounds like an amazing steak night. Whoops. Okay. Drop the swamp. And then I'm still starting out that jump timing a little bit late now. It's pretty clear to me that I'm doing the right thing, I just have the wrong margin for it. There we go. And once again, that has to be a bit of a lower jump. It has to be controlled, but we need to work on the timing to get in there. Ah, you have real cows and you had 2 babies born last night. Okay, I see. And here we go. Certainly seems like a lot of weight off the mama cow. Wasn't it the name of that, I want to say the pre-Google search engine from way back in the 90s that was called 2 Cows? For some reason, that's the thing I'm thinking of, which is not to be confused with that other computer business that was all about the cows. I think it was Gateway, which was the kind of pre-built PC competitor to Dell at the time that basically had its entire marketing revolve around cows. I need to jump into this and bounce over. That looks tough. That looks really tough. Wow. I don't know how I'm supposed to do that one. That one looks absolutely brutal. that jump right there. Okay. Like, you're supposed to fall off for sure. And then I have to jump into that with a bit of a controlled jump that kind of goes halfway up, but then deflect off of it going the other way. Or, oh yeah, no, that's right. Two Cows wasn't a search engine. Two Cows was one of the download sites. That's right, that's right. It's been ages, as you can probably tell. I just remember using it back in the day, how quickly one's memory of the early internet just kind of deserts you. Whoops. I don't even remember what I got off Two Cows, I just know it was something. Probably something important. Yeah, back in the early days of having a lot of difficulty finding solutions to just resume downloads if you're on dial-up. You had flashbacks today when someone mentioned Neopets and MySpace. I actually completely missed out on those, to be honest. Like, I kind of was aware when they were around, but in some ways my internet consciousness predates that. Whoops. Yeah, not only Winamp, for that matter, but also all the skins that you would apply to it. I think Winamp was probably one of my early encounters with just doing tons and tons of frivolous interface modding. Winamp, I think, actually still exists as a bit of a lightweight music playing solution. I haven't heard anybody even talk about it for a while, but I remember somebody bringing it up with me recently, that Winamp is still kind of around and kicking. Oh, and you still run Winamp. Okay, so you're perfectly aware of this. Okay, come on. Let's bump this. No. Yeah, there comes a point when you're kind of comfortable enough with your own offline local IT setup that there isn't much of a point in disturbing it further. Kind of like how George R. R. Martin still writes in MS-DOS. And is kind of famous for doing so. I don't know if he worked on Elden Ring in MS-DOS. I actually kind of suspect that his contribution did take that form. I don't know anything about that, but I somehow suspect that he wrote things up in DOS and sent them along to From Software. I'd completely forgotten that Winamp got absorbed into AOL. But I've generally forgotten about AOL, so... Anyway, let's... Whoops. This makes this truly a retro stream, not only going back to Mario Maker 1, but getting back to technology that makes all of Mario Maker seem positively young. And... yeah, really that third bounce that I'm mostly concerned about. I mean, this is what, a 0.48 clear rate going in? That's actually not that bad, considering how tough these obstacles are. I kind of suspect that the segments themselves are going to turn out to be fairly short. Nope. Just poor reaction time on that jump. I just haven't gotten to timing on that very crisp just yet. Oh. I wasn't expecting that to actually hit that time. I thought it would be a little ways off. Nope. We need to pick a very specific timing to be doing this, I think. so I can do it consistently between attempts. Just need to know exactly what I'm going for. There we go. And I knew previously that I want to fall off that trampoline when I skim across it. But then it's to jump back to it that worries me, since we've come nowhere close to succeeding at that just yet. You're battling a Doombongo level. I didn't know about Doombongos. That's new to me. And you completed 45 out of 46, I see. So basically everything that was more enjoyable for you up until you hit this wall. Unless it was something you kind of skipped in the middle of the list, perhaps. Yeah, I wish I had more time to really just run through more makers top to bottom or bottom to top in Mario Maker 2. Which I used to do a lot more of. Okay, let's see if we can time this. I feel like if we do that jump height but with a slightly different timing, we might have some success there, but that's not right at all. Okay, let's try this again. And... nope. Nope. Too soon. And Mario gets dunked for that one. Yeah, I expected from experience with Funa's other levels that this would likely be one of the harder ones in the 3YMM series. And we'll see how hard it competes for being the hardest one overall, which thus far was that 2YMM level by Stoops with the 4 precision rims in a row that killed me for 3 hours straight back in February. Nothing has quite competed with that yet. I think we can probably do this. Whoops. As you can see, you can actually get a pretty huge bounce if you jump straight into that spring. It's just that we need to do that from the other side, not from this side. You said you came up to this one close to the end of your run, I see. And okay, let's try this. Yeah, I guess it was 46 levels. It's not like they're in a super world or something, since that just goes up to 40. And yeah, Arc-7 Man, I'm almost done with the YMM levels in Maker 1. We've got a lot of catching up to do in Maker 2, like a lot of the puzzle contest levels that were released in February, which I have to catch up on, but I'm always open to collecting codes and suggestions. And if you ever run out of your own stuff for viewer levels, you're quite welcome to submit guest levels as well. So. And okay, let's see here. Alright, let's try this again. That was the right idea, but not enough of a bounce. I need to do something with the momentum reversal there to actually gain top speed. And as you can see, the green pipe is right after that, so as I suspected, it's just a small series of jumps. It's not going to be too much beyond that. And RX-7 Man, I don't remember if you're already on our Discord, but there's a good place to dump codes there, just to dump codes, and even if I can't get to it right away, there may be other people who are interested in playing it sooner. That's where part of my backlog is. But yeah, I'll try to remember to jot that down afterwards. I have list of makers that I kind of keep in a notepad in reserve because my limit of 100 followed makers has already been met, even with constantly rotating people in and out. I like the improvements to the followed maker system in Maker 2 quite a bit in terms of just having the chronological feed and all that, but the follow limit is way too low for somebody who plays the game as much as I do. Like something like 300 would be more appropriate, maybe. Because, you know, a lot of people do drop off from inactivity, but you don't want to lose touch with them necessarily. You don't want to just remove everybody. And let's see here. It's sort of astonishing to think about that in Maker 2. I've probably encountered definitely over 100 and maybe even close to 200 makers that I would consider high quality enough to want to follow. And that's just within the genres that I enjoy playing. And there we go. Yeah, in general, one thing that I talk about quite often when it comes to a perspective Maker 3 years down the road is that even outside the game engine, there's a lot that can still be done with the social features. It's really too bad that we lost the bookmark system in this game, in Maker 1, because they got a lot of things right, only to remove them. Yeah, you see, that's definitely a good bounce. Hang on. There we go, getting slightly better at that at least. That's a little too late. There is going to be a particular timing window that I'm watching for that one. Okay, that's getting better at least. Yeah, it's when the trampoline is falling down and at the top of the grinder blade. That's when I'm jumping in from the left. I don't have a good timing yet for when I'm jumping in from the right. So that timing was jumping when the... what is it? When the spring made contact with the note block. Just for future reference in case I fail this one here. So there I will need to get up to the top right because the falling trampoline will likely be too low for me to come out of the and jump and enter the pipe directly when it spawns. Nope, too late. Yeah, so I do need to jump into the top right corner and then fall back down to it, which is going to be tricky, but that's why we need to find reliable spacing for all of the other obstacles before that. Like this one here. Too late. I sort of remember that in... I think it was the 2 IMM level by Funa that there were a lot of very expensive sideways trampoline setups as well that the level demanded you would have to navigate. Oh, overshot a little bit. I was trying to do an adjustment jump near the end and just came in a little too far. That's okay. The timing is the most important thing and the main risk factor over there, so we're getting some of these jumps done a little bit better. But I'm not very consistent about my jump heights, which is one of the reasons I am not really a precision player either, and not really that good a Kaizo player for that matter. Just that I don't always get my heights under enough control and finesse to replicate them exactly as I want. We'll look for some kind of reliable spacing here. And that jump was just too low, once again. Yeah, so some of the best players at Mario Maker or at ROM hacks, I think, have this extremely good sense of how long they are pressing a button, like the jump button, and can duplicate that. Like, they have got a really good sense of rhythm for the press and release. I don't have that so much, because I kind of work by intuition when it comes to a jump height. That was too early, came in too low that time. Nope. It's okay, easy to restart some of this stuff, and getting better at the second jump. Okay. That was correct, I just didn't manage to get the edge jump the way I wanted. You go by trial and error, mostly error, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, when something is too dependent on trial and error, though, I don't find it quite as interesting. I find that I mostly try to solve platforming problems by trying to think my way through them and, you know, find visual hooks or find strategies that are going to work for me. And that, if I can do that, then I'm able to compensate for bad platforming. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, I really do need to think about the spawning rhythm of the green pipe here. Now, that's the thing about this game, is that all of the pipes are just the green pipes. And the only thing that ever changes a spawning rhythm would be something like a pipe stack, I think, that would send out up to 5 items at once, which is not going to be the case here with trampolines. But I really do need to watch the cycle of the final green pipe, I think, and aim for it before there is a spawn. Because watching the visual cue of the trampoline actually coming out is already going to be too late. Even with this spacing over here, where I'm standing right next to the pipe, it is a little too late to react to when the object is coming out. I need to know the timing before the spawn happens. And if it's already a problem with that pipe that I'm standing next to, then I definitely need to kind of jump towards an invisible target for the final jump. Oh. Yeah, there's going to be a particular moment with the falling trampoline down that right side when I should be prepared to jump when there's nothing out there. I need to be able to jump into the middle of nowhere and not get bounced. Which is going to be tricky, but we'll see if we can manage it. This stuff is getting a lot better, though. It's making some errors, though. Let's wait for the second one this time. Just to readjust a bit. Oh, never mind. Just going to take a moment to collect ourselves and plan. And then let's try this again. And yeah, regressing will just happen at a certain point. I mean, I don't feel like I've come anywhere close to sort of peaking with this yet. It is, I think, discouraging when you have a really long grind where you get to a point where you feel like you're way past your prime and that the best attempts are already behind you. It's something I do associate specifically with World of Warcraft raiding like a decade ago when I used to do it. Where you reach this point where the morale of the team kind of starts to fall apart, right? And you just know that nothing is going to be done for the rest of the day. That tends to be my reference point for that kind of curve of success for when you know that maybe you've reached your limit. I'm nowhere close to that at this point, though, in this level. I haven't been on it that long, considering its difficulty. Okay, let's watch this. Let's watch when the spring falls off the screen. Too early. So I think we need to do a little bit of trial and error timing there, and we'll of course never learn that properly because I will likely just succeed at that once, hit a checkpoint, and never deal with it ever again. But we'll see. You're on this level that you've been grinding for an hour a day and got your personal best on your first shot. Yeah, that's always a kind of tough situation to be in, that you get off to such a good start and it all feels downhill from there. After such promise. Okay. Too low. Going for the spring on the right side pipe as soon as I see it is too late. It's going to be too late, because by the time I actually get to the end of that jump, I will be too low, or I might be jumping above the spring's position. Like you see here, I'm already having enough trouble reacting to a pipe that I'm standing right beside. Reacting to a pipe that is across a gap for me is going to require some additional anticipation, and I need to figure out rhythmically what that's going to be. That tends to be the style of obstacle. One of the styles of obstacles in Mario Maker that I have the most trouble with is doing timing-based obstacles that have a great distance from my input to the output. So in this case, taking off from the jump and getting onto the landing. That you kind of need to add that to the time of the actual spawning pattern, right? Like, you're not just watching the spawning pattern, you're kind of estimating your jump time, and you have to mentally add your jump time before you know what that is going to be. And so I think a lot of the hardest levels for me tend to have obstacles that are in that style, where you have to do something on a cycle, but with a very long anticipation ahead of it. You remember an anti-softlock with a similar timing. I see. Yeah, these are with these Maker 1 green pipes, which I don't know if they're equivalent to the Maker 2 green pipes when it comes to timing. I think they are, with the medium spawn, but off the top of my head, I can't really tell. Nope, too low. Yeah, it does seem like it's pretty much equivalent to the... Whoops, forgot to lower this guy. Pretty much equivalent to the Maker 2 timing, I think. It's a little bit deceptive because the trampoline has such a long drop, though. And it is dependent on the drop, because the object needs to be destroyed first, right? And so the destruction of the object is going to change a bit depending on how it falls off the screen. You're thinking it was a Shieldser anti? Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing Shieldser would do. It's been a while since I played Shieldser's troll levels. I quite enjoyed them. By the standards of troll levels, whenever I've played them in the past. And that they would have this forward sense of progression to them. That would often show off some pretty neat mechanical tricks. Like I often say with Maker 2, one of the reasons that I think Maker 2 still has a lot of potential in it is that there are a ton of mechanics discovered by the troll community that have yet to really be exploited in a non-troll context. That, like, basically the tech research is ahead of the level design right now, in some ways. Which is why I think that, you know, so long as people are continuing to make levels in Maker 2, there's still a lot of ground to cover. And I don't think the game has been exhausted by any means. He had world record on Wreck the Halls until he uploaded it. Or re-uploaded it, rather. Let's see. Yeah, I'm quite behind on those. I haven't played very many trolls in recent months, I think. I get fewer troll submissions from viewers than I used to. I don't exactly know why that is. I think I used to get a lot more of them when I sort of explicitly labeled myself as a playtesting streamer, which I still am, but, you know, I think if you announce that overtly, you get more troll makers. And it's partly just who you keep in the community in the long run, right? In terms of who is able to show up to your stream time and keep coming back. But yeah, trolls were one of those things that before I started streaming, I just thought I would never play them. But I have kind of come around to that a little bit because I've met enough makers who kind of know what they're doing with the format and find interesting ways to surprise me. Whoops. And Oily Olive, welcome. And yeah, Olive, that's a definite concern. I think it's one of the biggest threats to Maker 2 in the long run is just a lot of things being deleted without much transparency about what does or doesn't qualify as a glitch. That's the main limiting factor on the lifespan of Maker 2, I think. Like, there were some deletions in Maker 1, but not nearly as aggressively. And I know that from having revisited some Maker 1 levels recently. Nope. Yeah, I can understand glitches being something that they would crack down on if they create levels that fill up endless with, you know, things that are actually unclearable for anybody who does not know the glitch, for instance. That seems like the main scenario they want to avoid, and secondly, the other scenario is if it actually does cause some kind of problem in the back end. Like, one of the reasons that I think they probably did the Icicle global ground change, for instance, which was one of the most hated changes in the game, basically, and broke a lot of stuff, including one of my own levels, was there probably was some kind of memory issue that was introduced by potentially letting people load that much stuff on global ground, potentially. Like, there may have been some kind of back-end reason to prevent that in case people were going to abuse an edge case. The same with things like, you know, lag machines and such that people have figured out how to create. And happily, I have seen a few lag machine levels actually stay up that use it in a creative way. But yeah, stuff like, you know, teleportation glitches and such, you can see why you would, from Nintendo's perspective, not want people to upload stuff that is only clearable if you know how to set it up as the player. Whoops. And okay, let's try this. Try it again. Nope, too late. Yeah, Olive, you're telling me you found a glitch that you're trying to build a level around? Yes, hopefully it turns out to be something interesting. Too late. Oh, no, not too late. Never mind. There we go. Got some momentum. Okay, moment of truth. I think I'm going to watch the clock, actually. It's kind of on a 2-second cycle, not exactly. It's not exactly, because of the drop-off distance there. Nope, too early. One moment, let's kill a bot quickly. Always tricky when they have difficult names to type. But we slap that. Oops. And you said you found it while you were... Oh, found a glitch while you were watching a Panga video, I see. Like, was it related to the video you were watching, or...? Oops. And, yeah, RX-7, man, that's a good point, that I could just auto-complete it. Assuming the first few characters are not too much of a hindrance. And, okay. Let's try this. Nope. Too early. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Twitch chat, like the underlying protocol, actually is IRC. Which is why it's maintained on a separate connection. But I don't know too much about the back end of it. Yeah. So you can confirm that. IRC is a very durable technology, for sure. It's one of those things that people have quietly built so much infrastructure over. I'm still surprised that as much was built on top of the web as it was. In terms of Web 2.0 actually materializing as a sort of hardware-independent software platform. And I mean, that's kind of what Java and JavaScript were designed to do in the first place. I'm just surprised that it panned out the way it did. Even though that's been a reality for such a long time now. I'm still somebody who prefers local software instead of web apps for most purposes, so it's still a bit of culture shock in many respects. Oops. And Olive, you're saying that it's some kind of a snowball tech that is new? Okay, interesting. But you're saying that it is something that feels like a glitch, right? Yeah, so if you do eventually upload it even briefly, Olive, do keep a backup copy before you do a clear check. Just so it doesn't... Whoops. get cleared locally as well. Anyway. Yeah, I can tell this level is overall going to take quite a bit of work. We have, I think, 12 levels remaining after this one in 3YM. At the pace that we're going at, we will not finish today, but we will probably finish this week, assuming I can beat this one at all. Okay. No. Because we've not even gotten to checkpoint 1 yet, and we've been on this series of jumps for quite some time now, so just need to find a consistent pattern and stick with it. And I think I found a consistent pattern for these earlier. I'm just rushing through some of this unnecessarily. So you're saying it's just a momentum mechanic, Olive. Well, excellent, so hopefully it'll stick around. Okay. There we go. There we go. Nope. Here's the thing. If I jump too close before the spawn doesn't happen. Because I'm too close to the pipe at that point. So there is a reason that I need to jump a little late. Like, that's the reason to kind of get on top of the pipe, I think. You can't actually catch it directly. You do have to have it come out first, or the spawn just doesn't occur. And so that's the thing that I haven't been adjusting around. So yeah, I do need it to start popping out, and I need to anticipate that, but I am going too early right now. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Nope. Well, this might be a long sit, this level here today. But we'll do it. We haven't failed a single one yet, so now is not the time to start. Whoops. Slipping up a little bit now. It's okay, these things can be fixed. There we go, that's getting a lot better. There we go, much better. Here we are. Yeah, so I'm still overshooting that jump. I'm aiming too high. If I do that timing but I aim a little bit lower, that's fine. It's very tempting to aim high because I don't want to get bumped. But clearly I am not compensating for its drop speed right now. Nope. You're scared to get to CP1 on this level because then you're stuck playing it until you clear it. Well, maybe it will kind of let up on you from there, you never know. But perhaps not. Thank goodness for suspend and resume on the Switch, although I guess it does lock you out of playing anything else if you're keeping at it. Whoops. Too late. Okay. That's getting much better. There we go. Too close, but we made it. That was the right idea, the second jump was too late. That's the first time I've landed on that successfully. And the idea there was that I was aiming for the block under the pipe. That was the height that I was aiming for. Instead of aiming for pipe height, I aim under. Because then I have enough time to react to the spawn, but without shooting too high. So it's just that I do need an immediate jump out of that to get into the top right corner. And then I need to fall accurately after that, which is going to be tricky. But that's progress. First progress we've seen in a long time now. Whoops. Basically have to iterate over this one jump at a time. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Nope, way too late. Okay, that's getting a little better. That's getting a lot better. Nope, still too high. And too late off of that edge. I'm having a bit too much time just running off that platform before I make that jump. And that's adding about half a second to my estimates, which is why I'm consistently winding up a little too high and getting there much, much too late. So let's see what we can do. I do need a little bit of a run into that one, I think. That's getting a lot better. Yeah, I need to improve my estimate of that gap between when the first trampoline falls off the screen and when the next one spawns. There is going to be a particular timing, and I was going much too early earlier. And now I'm clearly too late again, because I was trying to avoid obstructing the spawn from the pipe. Hey, congratulations, Arc7 Man, on checkpoint 1 on your level. Too high. Well, Arc7 Man, I guess you are going to be stuck here for a while yet. Well, how long should an auto-scroll level be? Well, it depends on the level, obviously. It depends on how reliable the obstacles are. I think when people think about difficulty, one thing that you should always think about is actually how consistently doable is it? Like, can you find a method or a timing that's going to work every time, and can a player easily find that by themselves? Because the more consistent a player can be in terms of nailing a difficult obstacle, the longer your section can be. That's my general attitude to it. Some people have these mental rules that they have for distance between checkpoints. Like some people are very strict about saying, I will only have 15 to 30 seconds of play from one checkpoint to the next or something like that. Depending on the genre, that can make sense, but I find the rule that's more important is that the more consistent the player's method can be, the longer the segment is allowed to be. In this level here, for instance, because there are a lot of timing issues with some of the later obstacles that can pop up that feel a little bit like trial and error until I get it, it's understandable that this would actually be very short, in that there are only maybe 4 or 5 very distinct jumps that we're doing in terms of timings that I actually have to watch. And it makes sense for something to have that few jumps because you can't really rely on yourself to do it the same way every time. And oh yeah, sorry about that, RX7 man. Let me permit you briefly. I should really put that in the chat rules just as a heads up to people, but let me just make sure I allow you to post a link. I'm not going to click it right now because I don't click links while I'm streaming, but you're quite free to share that as your clip of your moment of success. And welcome, Spirit Wolf. Whoa, that was actually salvageable, barely. That was not. So, the timing is a little bit better now, except I'm coming in too low. And yeah, RX7 man, I'll be sure to check that after. Nope. Okay. Let's do that. No, I had found a timing for this earlier. We just need to recover it. No. Well, this level by itself could end up being quite an adventure if the segment over to CP1 is any indication, given that we've spent the better part of an hour on it. But yeah, like I was saying, it's precisely this kind of difficulty that I have trouble with. You know, doing that mental vector arithmetic of figuring out my jump distance against some kind of cyclical timing that we have to react to. Okay, that was a good bounce. That was good. Just barely made it over. Nope. Too soon, and once again I blocked a pipe. Well, we've been making it back there at least a lot more regularly lately. Some of the jumps that used to be a problem are less so now. Okay, let's try it again. Should have done the adjustment jump there. I don't know why we missed it that time. Nope, missed it. Yeah, that jump was just a little too high in general. I think this is definitely the hardest level in the 3YMM series so far. Thinking back to some of the previous streams. And we'll just have to handle that. Whoops. And because a roadblock like that was coming. There have been some low clear rate levels before this, but they didn't give me too much trouble. Okay, let's try this again. Nope, too high. Timing was correct, jump height was not. So, that's the trick to this level, understanding that you always have pretty much at least two variables or two moving parts in play that you need to take care of. Like you have to kind of visualize two separate timings very often. Whoops. Which is true in general for a lot of jumps towards moving parts or moving obstacles. And is the reason that I have trouble with many of them. Just being able to estimate how long it will take to get to my target destination. Nope, too low. Right idea, too low. Okay. I'd been steadily improving on that last jump there that I just failed at, but it is still tricky just because, once again, you have to plan the jump and the timing as two separate elements. I've been finding a more and more consistent spacing for it, but... Whoa, that was almost correct. That was almost correct. That was just a tiny bit low. And luckily, I do suspect that checkpoint 1 is going to come immediately after that, so I only really need to succeed at it once. It does mean, unfortunately, that I will never really learn that jump properly. It is one of those obstacles where you just kind of luck out on it once, and you just play until you do that. Oops. Whereas we're getting some practice with the earlier ones here. And the practice is paying off to some extent. Nope, too early. Yeah, I need a little bit of space when I jump, and I need to fall towards the pipe, like have the peak of my jump be a little to the right of that muncher and center it so the trampoline actually has room to spawn. I think that's the main thing I'm running into here. Like, because I'm jumping too close to the pipe, horizontally speaking. And still too soon. Yeah, I mean, considering how much trouble I was having even with the first pipe here in the early attempts, it's nice to slowly get that down. And I have an intended timing and spacing for these jumps in the middle as well, it's just that I don't always execute that according to my intention, but I do have a clear plan for it, I just don't necessarily have the inputs match up. Whoops. Yeah, so this is a clear rate on this level that started out at, I think, about 0.48 or so. It's a level that actually feels in some ways harder than a clear rate, I think because the attempts are long. Like a low clear rate level... Like the clear rates are not equivalent depending on how much time there is to death on each attempt, if you get my meaning. So this feels subjectively a lot harder than its clear rate suggests, simply because it takes a while to get to the next attempt, and still we're having trouble, so... There we go. Oh, you don't even go through the pipe. Okay, that's gonna be tricky. Nope. Tiny bit too soon. Yeah, so there's a Maker 1 camera logic for you. That I didn't actually see how that was going to go, so you'd never enter the pipe, in fact. You're supposed to hit the POW and then go to the left. Well, I would have needed to drop towards a new spawn either way, even if I was supposed to enter the pipe as I had originally assumed. But I mean, it does make it fairly clear that you should be aiming for the coins on the top right at least once, so... And that muncher was not just there for spacing and decoration. Was there for a reason. Whoops. But hey, we can see the door and the checkpoint ahead of it, so... Getting there, slowly. Nope. So I guess I will have to practice that jump after all. Nope. Too early. Yeah, this one could take a while. Depending on how the other sections go, of course. No. I have to remember that the adjustment jump is pretty much necessary there, because even if I crank all the way to the left, it doesn't cut momentum soon enough. And let's drop this guy. Whoops. I'm not trying to bounce off the last spring Spirit Wolf that comes out of the pipe at the very end of this segment. I am trying to get a side bounce on these early ones, because that's necessary in order to develop enough momentum to go ahead, like you see here. Like I need to jump into that, and it needs to bounce me to the right in order for me to get enough speed to make the next jump after that. Nope. Bad adjustment. Yeah, just a tiny adjustment there will do. Well, it seems like we have hit the hard level of the project, basically. Unless there's anything even more brutal ahead, but I doubt it. You can usually tell when you've hit the upper limit for one of the YMM series. Spirit Wolf, you have a hard level you picked up from TikTok. I see. I have zero exposure whatsoever to whatever Mario Maker scene exists on TikTok. Actually, in general, I don't really pick up anything about Mario Maker on social media. But that's partly because I've got so many levels to play already, I don't really end up hunting elsewhere for recommendations. Would be a very different story for players who are not as connected to good makers as I am. Nope. That was slightly early. Ah, it's a Twitch streamer who also posts on TikTok. I see. Yeah, I know that other streamers tend to build up their audience with a bit more social media marketing, or just cultivating an audience in a couple of different places at once, which is often a smart thing to do in case your main platform runs into problems. I can't say I really have done any of that myself. I've just had no time to even look at Mario Maker outside of Twitch. I don't even look at Mario Maker on YouTube anymore, just for lack of time. Although before I was a streamer, I used to watch it quite a bit. One of the things that really got me back into Mario Maker was catching up on the whole Sea of Gaming series on Maker 1, for instance. Which was my first introduction to a lot of advanced mechanics after taking a few years off. And yeah, there are some good YouTubers for sure in Maker 2. I feel like there was a lot of generational turnover between the first and second game, where a lot of the Maker 1 content creators burned out or went off to other things. Too early. Ah, Spirit Wolf, that's all the emotes from the streamer in question. Okay, let's do this. Olive, you're asking, semi-solids doesn't affect screen scroll if it's on the very top of the screen scroll. I'm not exactly sure. Are you talking about Maker 1 or Maker 2? Like, are you talking about something that you're building right now, or about this level? Because Maker 1 has different camera rules to Maker 2. Maker 1 doesn't raise the camera until you land on an elevated surface, or vines count as well as landing. But the camera doesn't scroll up with you until you land above a certain point, whereas in Maker 2, you only need to jump above a certain point to scroll up. Which is why the top right is concealed for me here until I get to the coins at the very end. That's the camera has no opportunity to move that far up until that point. It's actually something I completely forgot about as a difference until I started playing 1YMM back in January. And then I've since then done a lot of puzzles that require that mechanic in order to function. So, okay, if you're talking about Maker 2, Olive, are you talking about a vertical scroll or a horizontal scroll? Like, what kind of scrolling section are you building here? Because if you're talking about scroll stop, there are only two things that affect scroll stop in Maker 2, which is ground blocks and hard blocks. Nope, still too early. Still too early. Yeah, Olive, you'll have to clarify for me if you were asking about auto scroll or asking about just a normal Maker 2 camera logic. Whoops. No, that was a bad timing. It was not going to go. Okay, let's see here. And Veo 2021, you're not late at all unless you're talking about being in 2022, and now it's certainly too late for anything that was supposed to happen last year. Okay, let's let this have a bounce. And over. So we've been landing early lately. No, that's still too early. And you made a Super Mario World stream just a few hours ago. Ah, okay. Like doing ROM hacks or just standard Super Mario World? Yeah, Olive, I'm not exactly sure what it is you are describing with the semi-solid and the scroll lock. Oh, unless you're talking about building on the lower half of the screen, which fixes the vertical position of your level. Like if you're only building on the lower half, then yeah, if you get on top of the semi-solid, or if you get on top of anything that's on the ceiling tiles, then you can move the camera that way. Let me just watch this now. And Veo 2021, you are from Brazil, yeah. That's fine, I don't speak Portuguese, but do let me know if you have any questions. Too early. Much too early. And yeah, it is pretty difficult. And Spirit Wolf, you're saying you're from Mexico? Yeah, I don't speak Spanish either. I can pick up a little bit of Spanish in terms of vocabulary, but but I can't speak it. Like, I can maybe read it minimally and roughly understand what's going on. And of course, I'm not sure how much of that would transfer over to something like Brazilian Portuguese. You're from Mexico, but you've lived in Texas since you were 2. I see. That's like the plot of an old Western. Right there. All of the old Western films that were effectively about the Texas-Mexico border, which has shifted around many times, especially in the 19th century. Okay, let's try this. Well, we're still here. This is still section 1. We could be here all stream for all I know. That's happened for a few levels where we've had one level really take up almost the entire stream. And this makes me very grateful that I stopped when I did. The last time we ran this, last week. This is my first time seeing this level, of course, today, but I mean, the last time we were on 3YMM, I seemed to pick a good place to stop. How many sections? Presumably 3. I mean, we know where checkpoint 1 is. We are right now dying right before checkpoint 1. The sections are short. They are just very difficult, at least so far. Nope. And, not quite. Let's try this. And yeah, there's some kind of conversation about music that I can somehow follow with interpretation, then that might turn out to be interesting. Let's see if I can do that while I'm simultaneously playing the level now. Music can catch up, yeah, I gathered that much. You will probably not have the patience. Yeah, that's understandable. I think a lot of people wouldn't. Like I said, it's not the hardest one that we've seen in the YMM series so far, but it might turn out to be at the pace we're going. I've had worse, I think. Okay, here we go. Nope. Well, Olive, you put a wall at the end of the auto-scroll. Would it stop there or keep going until death? It would stop there if you create the wall using ground blocks and hard blocks. If you overlap it with a semi-solid, and the wall has to go all the way from the bottom to the top of the layout, unless you are only building on the bottom half of the screen. If there is nothing in your level that is in the top half of the layout, then you can just build on the bottom half, and that works as a wall. Otherwise, you do need to have a connected wall of ground blocks and hard blocks that goes all the way top to bottom connected. I think what you're referring to, Olive, with the semi-solid, is that when you place a semi-solid, you have to be careful to make sure that it didn't delete one of the blocks with the overlap. Like if you're moving a semi-solid using the editor, sometimes it can delete some ground blocks that are in the way, and you need to make sure that you place the wall again to make sure it's totally connected if you are trying to stop the auto-scroll. So you can overlap it with a semi-solid, you just... except in 3D World, because 3D World doesn't let you overlap with the topmost tile of the semi-solid. But in all other styles, you should be able to do it. And in fact, I do it often. Nope. Too late. You understand the logic of this stage, but it's a very speedrun logic. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this blocks you from going fast. That's the purpose of the thwomp. It does force you to engage with that mechanic. Nope. That's the whole reason for the thwomps, in fact, is that they prevent you from just maintaining your momentum and going left to right and doing everything fast. Because otherwise, if you were at full speed, you would be able to cheese most of this, but the thwomp prevents you from making that jump. Nope, too far. Yeah, Olive in SMB1, yep. Just use ground blocks and hard blocks, and you will have a wall. And just make sure you don't delete any part of that wall if you are moving objects around. Ah, with the snowball mechanic you were telling me about, yeah. Yeah, because it's in SMB1 that the side of the vine that you're climbing on matters, and it sounded like you had some kind of vine mechanic going on as well. Yeah, where that would be relevant. Nope, too early. We almost have it. We almost have it. And I've only really made it successfully once up to the POW block in the top right. Spirit Wolf, how about we give Toadette a try? Wrong game, unfortunately. Toadette's not in this one. Actually, I don't know if there is a Toadette amiibo costume. I feel like there is. Well, not from an amiibo, obviously, but from one of the other alternate kits for the Mystery Mushroom. I don't remember if there is a Toadette costume in this game. In SMB1. And Indignation Judgment, you're going to request number 130. Let's do that while we are anticipating this pipe timing that is almost certainly going to end in failure. Just give me one moment, and I will bring that up. We haven't done one of these in a while, in fact. Just give me one moment. And we'll begin, as requested, sonnet number 130. Okay, William Shakespeare, number 130. My mistress' eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, Why, then, her breasts are done. If hairs be wires, black wires grow on her head. I have seen roses damasked red and white, but no such roses see I in her cheeks. And in some perfumes is there more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go. My mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground. And yet, by heaven, I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare. So yeah, since we couldn't switch to Toadette, we'll read a sonnet about Toadette instead. Thank you for the request, Indignation Judgment. I hope you enjoy that. Yes, we got it. Look at that. Look what poetry can do. No, too early. I feel like I should actually just drop back down instead of trying to catch the pipe from up top. Like, drop back down to that first platform. I don't know about that. And you're saying Indignation Judgment every time you pick a random number? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. We always end up with something appropriate. This game reminds you should create more stages on Mario Maker 3DS. Yeah, I've never played Mario Maker 3DS myself. I know that it was limited by not being able to share anything really, but I believe the engine is the same as on the Wii U. Maybe. I am actually not sure how it adjusts for the different screen resolution. That's the only thing. I don't know much about Mario Maker 3DS at all, in fact. Okay. Got it. I don't think I have room to drop down below. We just need to watch this timing, I think. Too early. Too early. You're tired, so you're going to try to sleep. Well, have a good night, Veo 2021. Whoops. Yeah, and enjoy making on the 3DS. Okay, maybe that timing in the top right is starting to come together. We've suddenly gotten a few successful attempts there. We have to get back there first, of course. The 3DS version lacked all the best things about the Wii U version. Yeah, like I know there was no social element to it whatsoever. Really, but... Well, the 3DS version did give us Meng, though. I guess that's enough of a contribution to society to be worth something. Yeah, so Document, I was looking at the remaining list for 3YMM today, and I was thinking optimistically, sure, we'll get through tons of stuff today, and we might even get to yours. Judging by the pace of the hour and a half that I've spent on the first section of Funa's level, that will probably not happen today. But we'll see how the rest of this goes. Yeah, I remember somebody mentioning to me a few streams ago that there was a Street Pass support for it. You can always take it to a theme park, I guess, where you get... Or rather, back in the prime of the 3DS, you would get tons of pings at once. Okay, let's try this again. has been going a lot better. Is there any synchronization with the cannonballs whatsoever? Absolutely not. They are on two completely different patterns. There's no visual cue. Whoa. Hey, that's salvageable, maybe. Maybe not. Well, one jump at a time. Nope. That was a save. Yeah, after a little while you put enough attempts into a level like this that you start seeing some crazy saves that don't actually do much for you. Bounce. Bounce. Nope, not quite. And yeah, documents, that's a huge issue for me as well. And not just the fact that it's a timing challenge, but a timing challenge where you have to add the delay of your own jump to your calculation. Where, I mean, I can do timing. What I can't really do well is a timing element that I need to have a fairly lengthy jump towards, because my jumps are just not consistent enough for me to make that calculation. Like I was saying, this does feel like it's easily the hardest one in 3YMM so far. And even quite a lot harder than Funa's other levels that we've seen in the YMM project so far. But that's partly because, it plays directly to my weaknesses as a player. Nope. But yeah, it certainly seemed like with the 1 and 2 YMM levels, from what I remember, that Funa's levels did revolve around very few jumps, but where every jump had to be calculated very meticulously. Yeah. And so, you can have as much consistency as you want when it comes to actually reading your intended timings, and that's still not going to save you if your jump control is not totally on the ball. Oops. Nope, too early. Long death. Tetraterix, did I finish Stoop's 2YMM Iron Man level? Yes, I did. That is the hardest YMM level I have beaten so far in any iteration of the series. It took me 3 hours. That is the hardest level in any project. Not counting this one, the jury is still out. This one may be on pace to be a 3-hour level, for all I know. Judging by my current pace, it might outstrip Iron Man, but Iron Man was by far the hardest. But yeah, Tetraterix, I think that was last week. No, it was, I was already doing 3YMM last week. It was, I think, the week before that I burned an entire stream on. Well, most of a stream on Iron Man. So I'm glad there is some corroboration that I'm not the only one who found it the hardest. This one might take a while, but that's because the attempts are long. Like, I think on an obstacle per obstacle basis, it's probably not that hard. It's more that every jump requires so much calculation that it is very time-consuming as a form of difficulty, this level. But, you know, to compare individual attempts, it's probably not one of the harder ones. It's going to take enough time that it's going to feel like one of the hardest ones, but without actually being that technical. And, yeah, you did warn me about the time commitment for Ichigo Mole, for sure. I don't know how soon I'll get to it. Because after we are done with 3YM, yeah, we'll see when we can fit that in. I might have to do some other stuff away from Maker 1 for a bit, but I definitely have it in mind as something I want to get done. Okay, there we go. Let's watch this. We've made this jump a few times now. Nope, too early. But yeah, we've had super long puzzle levels before, especially things like some of the cryptic escape rooms in Maker 2. I've had a couple of 3-hour experiences with those, so... long puzzles are perfectly fine when I actually set the time aside to do them. But yeah, I know you described Ichigo Mole as an all-day puzzle. Yeah, and Arc-7, man, on the level that you're working on. Congratulations on being within striking distance of Checkpoint 2. Here we go. Too early still. When I'm standing next to the pipe like that, I should wait for the spawn before I drop. I'm close enough there that it's a kind of an equivalent distance to this distance here. So I actually should not try to anticipate the spawn like I did with the, whoops, jump before that. He said that Ichigo Mole is the hardest pure puzzle that exists in Maker 1. Yeah. I'm aware it has that reputation. And as I think we had discussed before, Tetratarix, that I would also want to do the kind of semi-connected or related Pink Birdo level that you told me was relevant to the secret somehow. But we'll determine the order of such things when I figure out when I can run it. But I would say after we're finished with the YMM projects, as far as Maker 1 goes, that's a definite priority on my to-do list. But it might be a bit before we get to that, because I want to fit in Kirby later this month, and so we'll see what we can do. Oh, wow, just a little bit short in that jump. Yeah, other than Iron Man and 2YMM, this is the only one so far where I am questioning if I can beat it. I have beaten everything so far, but this one's going to take some work. Whoops, too early. I mean, 0.48 isn't that low a clear rate. It makes me suspect that after checkpoint 1, maybe it gets easier, now that we've had some time to learn the mechanic. But it might not get easier because, like I said, I'm kind of inherently bad at this sort of mechanic. Whoops. So it may just be this is going to be a stream-consuming level. Which makes me glad that I got to it first day, instead of having it ambush me late in a broadcast. Whoops. Yeah, we'll get some of these bad attempts out of the way. Sometimes things start to flag a little bit as we wipe out towards the end of a segment. Okay. No, overshooting a bit. Just need to work on that reaction timing. Yeah, relative to the other Funa levels that we've seen, the segments are a lot longer in this one. It's very few jumps, but you do have to do quite a few of them consecutively. Whereas the other Funa levels were basically one-room challenges. Yeah. Spending a lot of time just kind of staring at the pattern, of course, so... Nope. Like I've been saying, the timing there is not the issue, the jump itself is the issue. In terms of going a bit low. Nope, too soon. Next. No, I should never jump at that location. I should always fall. And we know that by now. With plenty of experience. There we go. There we go. Much better. It's too soon. And yeah, we've been getting wrecked by this one today. Funa's level in 4YMM I don't remember giving me much trouble. I believe it was one of those Poison Swamp Blaster levels. Document, thank you so much for the continued subscription. Been a real pleasure to play your levels across both games so far. Let's watch this again. And let's try this. Nope. That would have been an appropriate timing for going back towards the left if we needed to do so later. Was not quite right for my purposes that time, though. At least we're making contact now instead of just constantly missing that pipe. There we go. Now this I was going too soon every time, so... Yeah, let's wait for it to spawn. Just tip over the edge. Nope. That's too late. Yeah, I'm beginning to think going back to the left platform is not a bad idea in terms of being able to have more visibility on that timing. Okay, that's getting better. Nope. This might be doable. I just needed to catch the same timing I did on the first round and salvage that by jumping to the left. We're getting close. Nope, just slightly too high. And we're going to fall at the same speed all the way into the abyss. Chasing it down the whole way. Nope, same mistake. Yeah, I just need to watch that whole cycle a few times. There isn't really a way to mentally shortcut that and read some kind of different cue. Just need to catch the timing straight on. You have it in your skill set or you don't. Whoops. That was purely a jump height issue, not a timing issue, as was seen in that location a few times in the past. Yeah, a little late. Okay, let's try it again. Got it. Close shave, but we got it. Let's watch this. Okay, we can still salvage this. We're getting there. Mang, welcome. Mang, I think you'd enjoy this one if you had Maker 1. For reasons that should be obvious. Whoops. It's been killing me for quite a while, though. Nope. Well, we'll try to get at least one level done today. This could be a long, long sit. Nope, too soon. Or too low, rather. The timing was right that time, the aiming of the jump itself was not. I had plenty of room to go just a little bit higher in that jump, and just did not do it. Merlin, welcome. Hope the Superworld's doing fine. I know you've been taking a bit of a break, actually, Merlin, from what you told me last time. That's fine, too. Oops. Right, because I think you were telling me last week you were still working through Horizon. So I hope that's been going well. Whoops. Okay, let's try this again. Of course, the sooner we get back to the trouble spot, the better off we'll do. I mean, part of it is just having the consistency to get back to that location. On the right side. And Merlin also going through Outer Wilds DLC, which reminds me that there was supposed to be a Switch port of Outer Wilds that was originally scheduled for Holiday 2021. I don't know if they just delayed that for technical reasons or because they wanted to fold the DLC into it or anything else. I would assume it's at least partly a technical thing. If not also COVID related as a delay. But yeah, I was going to hold off on Outer Wilds until the Switch port, depending on whether it runs passably. And to this date, it has not showed up. Okay, here we go. And we just need to watch this again. Too soon. Not only that, but if we wind up on that lower platform again for the jump up to the left, we need to get that pipe timing down twice in a row, which is going to be a tall order. I know, too soon. Whoa, I didn't expect to actually survive that with the one-way panel. I thought it was over the line. And there we go. Too soon. Yeah, we'll see about this one. I do want to stick with this. But if things after checkpoint 1 are as challenging, we could be on this one for hours to come. Nope. Okay, let's try it again. And we just need to watch this carefully. And watch this carefully. Nope, too soon. If I want to jump into that so I don't get bumped to the left side, you see, if I just fall directly to the left, I do get bumped by the spring. if I jump down towards it, I'm clearly going too early right now. But I also can't wait for it to spawn because the jump will take me too high to land on the platform. So I just don't have a good method for that yet. Because so far, every time I've gotten to the top right, I've either missed or gotten bounced to the left. Imagine having to do the clear check for this thing. Nope, too low. Good timing for the second round, though. Nope, too soon. Okay, that's going smoothly at least. Okay, better attempt than usual. Let's see if we can do this. We've been going too soon consistently. Nope, too soon. Yeah, difficult when the bottom is off screen like that to understand when the respawn is going to happen. I just don't have a good visual cue for it, so. And Atlantis, welcome. Checkpoint. So for those keeping track, it took me a little under 2 hours to get past section 1. Oh, that's understandable, at least. That looks like it would be very consistent. This I need to be careful with. That's just a precision challenge, and then that is just a bounce over. This looks pretty reasonable, actually, this stuff here. So yeah, Arc 7 man, I'm definitely saying yay myself. Yeah, so I do need to fall from that hard block on the right side there. And like I was saying in a document, plenty of reason to be filled with hype considering that the clear rate suggests to me that the level is going to get easier, I think. This section already feels significantly easier because the mechanics here feel a bit easier to read. That may just be because of experience with tons of Bang levels in Maker 2 that work according to the same principles. Whoops. But of course we need to find the right timing for it first. Merlin, you're going to Naturalist today as a biodiversity center. Ah, I see. Like with kind of self-contained series of ecosystems as an exhibit, or? And the king is here. Welcome. I see the king is indeed here. And yes, indeed, this is Maker 1. I'm normally a Maker 2 streamer. But when I got my Wii U back in place, I knew I wanted to go back to some of the content that predates my time on Twitch. Nope, not enough of a run over there. And so yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Maker 1 that just never made it over to the second game, and so it's been a real pleasure to get back to some of these levels. Whoops, look at that. Standing very carefully here. That looked risky. And that looked late. I need to go sooner if I'm going to get that bounce. Yeah, the king is here. I've made a fair number of levels in... well, not a fair number. I've made a small number of levels in Maker 2. And you can find my Maker code in the chat. I don't do nearly enough making. But I've got some levels there that perhaps you would enjoy. So thanks for playing if you do look at those. And okay. Oh, nope. I was trying to go left there and get the jump, and then I actually went a little too soon. I should have probably hold left against that wall and just hold left until I get the bounce. And that should actually work out. Not a very good placement there, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Too soon. Need a bit more headroom. And yeah, Merlin, do have a great time there. And let me know how it goes. I don't know if I'm just letting up on a jump too early. I shouldn't be letting up on a jump at all. That needs to be the fullest jump possible. And I need a pretty decent momentum correction out of that as well. Okay, that's fine. That was correct. I'm overshooting a bit. So that time I was standing a little bit to the right on the donut block so I could get a bit of momentum into the reversal. I don't know if that matters that much, but we'll see. Nice to see some new content in this level at last, though. It's like playing a totally different level, given how long we spent in part 1. Okay, so this is just a rhythmic back and forth. It shouldn't be too bad as long as my reaction time is good, which it isn't, but we'll make do. Whoops, overshot. You have a Wii U Deluxe and a Nintendo Switch OLED. I have the launch day Switch, in fact, which I understand is valuable because it is moddable in ways that post-launch units are not. But I do have a Switch from day 1, and it's nearing its 5th anniversary, actually, because the Switch originally launched on the 3rd of March 2017. When I picked up both the system and Breath of the Wild on day 1. Amazing how much time has passed, actually, considering how active the Switch still is as a system. There has never, ever been a Nintendo home console this healthy in year 5. And so, I mean, the portable line has worked on a different calendar, of course. I think it's maybe the better point of comparison, but it's crazy to think the Switch has been around for 5 years. Without really showing that many signs of age or fatigue. Well, I know that Wii technically lasted 6 years, but there was almost no software at that point. Like, 2011 had Skyward Sword, 2012 had Xenoblade Chronicles for the few people who were aware of it at the time. But even by the time Skyward Sword came out in 2011, I remember the software had just mostly petered out. And it's a very common thing, or was a very common thing in the past with Nintendo systems near the end of their lifetime, that you would suddenly have like this 1 year that is just dead space. And I don't mean the EA game Dead Space, I mean like actually empty space. Hey, look at that. Almost consistent. Almost. Actually, no, Tetra Tracks, that's a good point about the NES, but I think because there was a very clear succession to the Super Nintendo that was just over the horizon around 90 or 1991. There was also that very rapid drop-off afterwards, despite the NES games that kind of came out in the twilight years. Like, I think they didn't get much attention. But no, that's a good point, that, like, if you think about it, technically SMB3 would have been year 5 or so of that game. Hey, we made it. That was quick. But I think it's the general sense that the Switch has so much life left in it as a platform. That feels a bit different here. What am I doing? Oh, I need to get that leftward bounce like I have with every obstacle up to that point. Whoops, nope. Need to get that jump. RX-7, man, you made CP2 just as I made CP2 in this level. Congratulations. Speaking of SMB3, by the way, one thing I do want to stream at some point is the Wii U Virtual Console port of Super Mario Advance 4, which is SMB3, but SMB3 with the levels that you originally needed the e-reader accessory for to unlock on the GBA. I've never played them, and I'm told by people who have played them that they are actually kind of a very proto-Mario Maker experience. And once the Wii U shop goes down, they're not really going to be available officially in any form unless we eventually get GBA Virtual Console on the online service. And even then, it's sort of unsure if they will package it in quite the same way in terms of, you know, bringing back some of that very rare Mario content. Because it's a pretty sizable number of levels as far as I'm aware. So yeah, I need that bump there before the shell hits. It's going to be a pretty specific timing. But like I was saying about this level, I understand now why the clear rate is what it is in terms of, you know, being higher than I would have expected given how we were absolutely murdered by the first section. Sections 2 and 3 seem significantly easier. Luca, I took 2 hours to get to checkpoint 1. I took a few minutes to get to checkpoint 2. In Document, you said you've seen the e-reader levels? Yeah, I remember hearing about the e-reader levels when they were first coming out. Because at that point, they were the only new official content involving Kuribo's shoe, since the shoe was originally introduced in 5-3 in the original game. As I understand it, there was a lot of cut content with the boot originally in SMB3, but the boot was otherwise completely unseen apart from that one level until the e-reader levels came out. And so I was kind of interested in them conceptually just to see more boot levels, especially with the old original boot mechanics where you have to hijack from below in order to claim them. Which is one of those mechanical differences in SMB3 that's also very easy to forget if you've just been playing tons of Maker all this time. But I know there's a ton of stuff that's kind of like that, with like a lot of those rare one-off mechanics in SMB3 getting a second shot. Oh, look at this. I think I want to bounce on the right side first, and then we'll bounce into this. Nope, I thought I would veer far enough left to get that bounce, but not quite. And yeah, Document, I think it's very clear that, you know, in some ways Nintendo has a very different sense of what Mario Maker design even is, going from 1 to 2. Like, if you think about the event levels in the original game, or a lot of the things they envisioned in the ideas booklet with how thematically oriented they thought Mario Maker would be, it's a far cry from things like the story mode levels in Maker 2. It would be very interesting to see how things like the e-reader levels kind of fit into that story, right? Of just a couple of different pictures of what Nintendo does when their level design gets to run a little bit wild with mix and match mechanics. Anyway, I think I can do this level before too long. Like, it's not like I'm, you know, dying on every jump the way I was in Section 1. It's remarkable how punishing Section 1 actually is, in fact, now that I look at this. And look at that, we're almost done. Maybe. Okay, I need to maintain a bit of momentum, and then I veer left with good timing to get that. And then... I kind of get the feeling that this level will leave an easier last impression than what we sat through for the first 2 hours of this stream. Because, yeah, the whole section from checkpoint 1 to 2 just came together really quickly. In some ways it was a lot more familiar in terms of the platforming skill set it demanded, and the momentum management. Nope. Yeah, the bounce timing does need to line up with the pipe timing in a certain way to have that behave predictably, I think, so we'll try to keep an eye on that. So yeah, that's a very satisfying bounce, for sure. Nope, missed. Just not going too far, or not going far enough to the left. And I do need to let that lower just a little bit. I'm actually going too soon on that last jump, when I don't have enough space on the ceiling. Which has been a thing throwing me off in that position. Nope, too soon. So yeah, that you do need to get contact with the trampoline before the shell makes contact, so you need to anticipate it by just a moment. Otherwise the platform is just removed from underneath. There we go. Too low. But that's the gate, right there. One thing to keep in mind. I have not seen a cake, nor do I have any idea where it could be. That's the only thing. I've actually completely even forgotten about the prospect of a cake because we've had to suffer through so much to get to this point. You know what? I'm obviously not going to fool around with this too much, but I was just wondering if maybe there was some kind of pipe stacking trickery that would make that a trivial thing. But it appears not. RX-7 man, you think I'm definitely finishing this before you finish yours? Yeah. I mean, we've really picked up a lot of momentum on this, in both the literal and figurative sense. I actually wonder if the cake for this would be something like going up that spawning pipe in the end of this section. Like if it's reachable, where you would get on top of a spring that is dropping and then jump up to the pipe. I don't think I'm going to try it. Whoops, that was a mistake. I did not mean to squeeze the controller like that. This big chunky gamepad. You're still not getting the first trick past your checkpoint 2, is that what I'm getting from what you're saying? It looks like that might actually be it, in fact. Like, that's the best candidate for cake would be something like getting on top of that. No, there's no room to do that, though, because there's no horizontal space to get above that trampoline, so I don't think that's the case. Oh, too far to the left now. So, no, I don't think it's possible to go up that pipe. But I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'd be very satisfied just to get clear on this one. Possibly because of the way that Super Mario World gates work in Maker 1, there would be some kind of bonus for bypassing the gate without hitting the tape, which is kind of a Maker 1 specific thing that you can bypass the tape at all, I think. Unless I'm confusing it with something here. That's something to keep an eye on as well. I mean, obviously if I hit the goal, I hit the goal. And we'll just take it, but... Too far left now. Difficult bounce, but we can get back to that without too much trouble. These early bounces are not hard to deal with, as long as we get the timing straightened out. So yeah, it was really just the early part of this level that was absolute murder. We've seen the gold tape here already, everything is doable up to that point. I am suddenly quite confident in the clear. Although I still have to earn it. Whoa, maybe you can go up. Interesting. Maybe it is possible. But... absent any evidence of that, let's not fool around too much. Let's try to get the clear. You have to be quite precise for that bounce. Nope. But yeah, I wonder, depending on the player's skill set, if the first segment was really kind of expected to be as hard as it was. I mean, obviously some players are just going to be much better at timing-based obstacles like that. It's just a particular skill set in the game. And just a particular perceptual skill set generally in video games, no matter what it is you're playing. I was trying to use the coin as a reference point, but we're clearly running to a few issues there that weren't a problem earlier. Nope. The whole interaction there was late. I was jumping at the end there because I was trying to go left and jump, which is the pattern. And everything with that time was just a little bit off. There we go. Whoa, I didn't expect it to slip off like that. I thought it was a fairly well-balanced individual there, but that was not the case. This is perhaps not a level for well-balanced individuals. Too soon. Much too soon. Not with that entire gap there. Of course, looking at all those plus signs that were to the right there, I think that's just mostly decorative filler in the walls, possibly related to some kind of pixel art we didn't see or notice on the main panorama. Okay, let's not go too far to the left this time. Let's get bounced properly. There we go. Now... notice that the cake is at the very end. I could see the burners at the very end. Possibly there is no secret cake, and that's just the only ending, but there is a gap that is above the goal. If you look at the ceiling above the goal, there is one tile that you can fall into, and so possibly if we pass the tape, maybe there's a secondary exit that we can get to at the very end. So it looks like something we should keep in mind. Nope. I thought it would hit, and I didn't. Nope. Not quite. Yeah, it's mostly just that bounce towards the pipe that I'm concerned about. I think everything else here can be managed with just minor adjustments without too much trouble. Yeah, once again, not building up enough speed to get that on my way over. We'll try to fix it. Wow, what was that? That's the only death marker there, as you can see. I mean, that's not a place that people should be wiping out on. Of course, over a sufficiently large number of attempts, you eventually wind up dying at every conceivable location. And yeah, once again, just a little bit late. Now on that bounce down below as the shell, whoops, comes careening in. There we go. And Melon Run, indeed. I mean, I was really struggling with the first part, but second and third part have been going pretty smoothly. All things considered, way too low. But yeah, the first part was pretty destructive. But as you can see, we made it out eventually. Took a lot of work to get there. Over those 5 or 6 jumps. But yeah, lots of fun momentum trickery all over this one. Yeah, so right now the trampoline is kind of dropping on top of me in that column there. I'm not really accurately hitting it from the right side. That's the issue. You remember this taking you a while when you playtested it? Yeah. It is the hardest level for me in 3YMM so far, not the hardest one overall. And part of it is that a lot of the time in the first section was padded just by watching the cycles and trying to plan every jump. So, it's not as hard as other levels that would have taken a similar amount of time, simply because the attempts are slow. But the first section did absolutely wreck me for quite some time. The second section was over in minutes. No problem whatsoever. Third section has mostly been fine. Just a couple of nuances that I need to clean up here. And I've reached the gates, or rather reached the last jump before the gate twice now, I think. Without too much of a struggle. And yeah, because as I was saying, as far as consistency goes, watching the timing is not the part where consistency is difficult. The part where consistency is difficult is doing the jump itself, in terms of holding down the button for the same reliable amount of time, getting the height that you want, etc. And being able to add or subtract that accurately from the timing that you're watching at the same time. Because it's not too difficult to just watch the objects and plan your cycles around those, but the thing is, your jump still needs to hit, and like, it's being able to take that expected time for your jump and mentally add it to your calculations. I think that makes this kind of obstacle, or makes this kind of level, quite challenging. Nope, too high going into that. But yeah, with the second and third section, I feel like I have had a lot more practice with this sort of thing in Maker 2. So it feels much more familiar. As something that I can read pretty well. But got kind of cyclical timing in the Section 1 challenges. That wound up being pretty gruesome. Okay. There we go. Now let's do this again. So, yeah, it looks like there's definitely... no, I think the trampoline up top is just there to bounce you to the top of the gate. I don't think there's anything up top above the cake at the end. I think the cake is just cake. Luckily, we didn't die to the cake bouncing me off to the side at the very end. And thank you for the GGs. So yeah, about 2 hours for the first section, about half an hour for the rest. And a world record time here that we're nowhere close to approaching, but hey, the time, as you can see, it looked respectable in the end simply because sections 2 and 3 went so well. And so thank you for all the GGs. RX7 Man in particular, good luck with yours that you're working on in Maker 2. And good morning to you, Electrodude. You came just in time to watch the stream as though I were actually progressing smoothly, which we'll pretend to do as we get into the next level. Once again, for everybody who has come in, the level codes and descriptions are here on the page that I have linked. We just finished number 18 out of 30, which was Demand for Velocity, and the next one is going to be Passing the Baton by David Pinkston. David Pinkston, who has made some of my favorite creations in 1 and 2 YMM so far. Bringing us another lava level by the looks of it. And so we'll just punch that in a moment. Yeah, we made one lava level with sinking blasters in 1 YMM and a propeller level in 2 YMM. And was also around in 4 YMM with a cat level that I believe also absolutely destroyed me. It was one of the harder ones in year 4, if I recall, at least for me. But anyway, here's 3 YMM, Passing the Baton. This auto-scroller castle has you following behind a series of flying blasters running a sort of relay race. Each one shoots enemies, Yoshis, or other surprises to help you cross the lava, then makes way for the next. Can you collect all 8 pink coins and win the cake? Well, let's see if we can. Yeah, that's going to be a double bounce, I could tell from the wings. Just need to approach it carefully. And how nice it is to have it be possible to build that cage semi-solid over the... I need a spin jump on that, obviously. Over the starting arrow. Just being able to build over the starting arrow in general is so sorely missed. Okay, let's get the Goomba over here. And not get bounced on the side. If we get enough height, we should be able to get back on that spike top. Okay, wait for the Goomba. I can't hit it cheap. We do need to just maintain height to go from one Goomba to the next. And trust that the blaster timing will cooperate with the fullest of jumps. And actually just let the Goombas have a bit more time to spawn there. I should have made that if I read that accurately. As with the 1YMM level that Pinkston made, the key here is partly to understand that these enemies are still safe to jump on while they are sinking, which is not the case in Maker 2. Yeah, I wanted to tongue that, and I wanted to jump off Yoshi up to the top slot. Now, what's going on there with the Goombas is that they are, I believe, stacked on top of something like a Spike Top or a Buzzy or something else. Probably a Spike Top, actually, because you're getting a spin jump directly on it. And as you can see, the Goombas... Actually, no, the thing about the Goombas is that they're already kind of dying at that point, right? Like... So the interesting thing is that they remain alive to the spin jump because of whatever it is that... Actually, that interaction surprises me because I would have expected ordinarily the Goombas to... just kind of die for me there and split, but it looks like their interaction... So I don't think there is anything stacked, it's just one blaster firing the big Goombas, and big Goombas seemingly remaining alive because in the lava they are already dead. And so that's really interesting. That you can get double bounces off them if you want, as long as they're still visible. And at that time, of course, I no longer had enough height to get on top of the Spike Top. I was oscillating up and down. So yeah, neat interaction, very surprising. As a bit of a nuance of the enemy sinking mechanics in this game. So yeah, sure, we'll go under. And we'll also go over here. That's a Yoshi flotation for sure. And we'll probably eventually need to jump over the blaster, or the bullet rather, here. 2 coins at this stage, let's keep an eye on what's next. Any coins here? No, it doesn't seem like it. So we'll just move on up and hit this. So 2 coins so far. I don't know if that's correct, but that's too late. So yeah, 8 coins total, and that includes the safety, so... Just need to move a little bit faster in this segment here to get up top. And we'll ride the second Spike Top as it comes out. Love that interaction with the blaster shooting these Spike Tops into a clinging position. That's a nice little unconventional thing, I think. It didn't manage to hit that. I don't know if it's going to be anything. Question block, or if it's just a target. That was the right approach, just not the right distance. But the idea was correct. But yeah, that's really neat, using the note block to bounce these up into a clinging position. Let's leave this some time to lower. Okay, just a 1-up here. Okay, that's fine. We can grab that for a 100 Mario challenge. And avoid the bullet. We will need that red bullet to get up to the next segment though, so we'll do that and hopefully have something else to jump on. And once again, just going to get a bullet into an up pipe before we get killed by the scroll. Okay, 5 coins up to this point. I don't know if that's complete, but we will need to get the split over here, I think. Or no, we just need to hit the burner with a safe timing. That's a lot of airtime I can't afford to have. I do need to go to the right if I can. Arc 7, man, congratulations on cheesing the thing that you've been working on. I don't know if you really broke that thing to bits or if it was just a minor gain. And I probably don't want to wall jump right off of that. I do want to maintain position until I can get some decent distance off of that Goomba. Yeah, if I hit the left Goomba first and then the right Goomba, then at least the right Goomba is walking to the right and it can get me where I need to go. That's probably the approach to this coin. There we go. Much better. And then these chumps remain reasonably caged, although we'll need to be careful about the second one. Okay, that feels like a really comfortable pattern. We'll keep it. Too soon. Arc 7, man, there was a spot where you had to jump out of a shell repeatedly to wait for a bomb, and you found a way to wait further. Okay, I'm trying to visualize that while also playing this level at the same time. I don't know if I'll do that very successfully, but I think I get the general idea of what you mean. In terms of skipping the need for that repeated jump you're telling me about. Yeah, if you manage to clip it, I can take a look at it afterwards. Yeah, I was a little wary of just how far everything was going to the right over here. Let's see if we can do this. And let the auto-scroll have a bit more room to breathe, I think. Yeah, that guy's going way off my desired position. I do see the next coin, though. I do see coin 7 coming up pretty soon. And with a safety coin after that, that would be everything accounted for, so doesn't appear I've missed anything. Although I've been too busy watching my own bounce timing on the chomp that I didn't really get a good look at how the blue spike top pattern is going to get me over to coin 7 in the top right when we do see it. Okay, let's plan this carefully. And then we'll need to maintain position for as long as we can over this one until we understand what's going on with these spike tops. We can stall on a piranha if needed. Ah, okay. I don't know how that's going to go. I think I need to get further along fast enough that I can ride that spike top on the way over. That's going to take a couple of attempts to sort out, because I think I need to make it to the right side faster then. Because it seems as though my only opportunity to get up to that coin is to ride that one spike top, for which I was already much too late. So once we approach the piranha plant that I can land on, I think we'll just go for that immediately instead of doing that extra ride back and forth on the chomp. If I'm understanding that accurately, which I might not be. Oh, no. Too much momentum. Alright, everything's fine here. So yeah, we'll ride this out. And I should have the opportunity to get to the piranha plant directly without hitting the boo. If I can do that, then we'll get a quick pattern to get me up to the blue spike tops as soon as possible. If not, then we'll just go back to the old way of riding the chomp back and forth the long way. But first, of course, we need to survive that, compensating not only for the chomp making that turnaround on the wall on the right side, but also just the auto-scroll in general. So a couple of moving parts here that we need to work around, but that shouldn't be too much of a nuisance. That was almost a save. That was a save, except I didn't manage to get a spin at the end. So it is possible to make that with the wall jump if the Goombas are completely gone. That's an important thing to know, that is very salvageable. But I like the established pattern of how we do it the easy way. Yeah, we're gonna miss the piranha. And then by that point, yeah, I guess you have an additional spike top to land on, but then it's going to take a few attempts to, whoops, really sort out that coin timing. So yeah, notice once again that when the Goomba is above ground, as usual, the spin jump is going to kill it immediately without a split. But that when the big Goomba is sinking, it allows you to spin on top of it for as long as it remains on screen, and because it has already been registered as dead, and so it doesn't go poof. It's an extremely unique interaction. Yeah, no, the boo wall there precludes me from safely getting on top of that piranha. It probably is possible if you're extremely precise, but I am not extremely precise, so we'll not do it that way. Okay. Let's try this. So yeah, we will ride the chomp back and forth then. And we'll just try to get ready on a piranha as soon as possible. And then we would ride that guy across. And I think it will require an additional spike top. Like, not the first one that comes in through the top right, but we'll need an additional one in that area in order to continue from that point, I believe. No. Let's fix that up. Okay, that one's clean. Let's ride it out. Okay, getting on top of this guy as soon as we can, and then we may have the opportunity to do that as long as I can watch carefully when it is going to turn around on me. Yeah, the burner timing there isn't really as threatening as I might assume. Okay. Yeah, once again, just watching how far the spike tops are going to go left or right. It's going to be pretty critical here. I can't always guess what those positions are going to end up being just because we are deliberately obscured by the grinder blades, both on the top and the bottom levels. Nope. Do need to get a first bounce there. So I'm sometimes not accurately predicting when they are going to be at the whoops extent of their jump. But we'll gradually sort that out. Like, the objective right now is to try to go for coin 7 and to discover what pattern will get me there, which we haven't really survived far enough to see yet, I think. Like, we haven't actually seen the spike top spawn pattern there completely in terms of how and when everything is going to cling to the surrounding walls. Let's get back down then. And wait. Okay. A little bit tricky in places, but I think we have it. That's how to do it. And then that's a GG right there. Oh, that's a problem, because unless there is a safety coin at the end. Yeah, I think it would be, because otherwise key death is just much too risky in that final area. So we need to pass the axe, and I would assume that there's going to be a key door and a safety coin just after the axe, from what I'm seeing. In which case, everything should be accounted for. Otherwise, we will just need to redo the level. We're close enough to getting all coins here that I think that would be worthwhile. And pretty achievable. But yeah, now that I've seen what the pattern is going to be like for coin 7, it's pretty understandable and we don't need to take too many risks. I'm actually not really under a lot of time pressure to do that. So it's not like I need to speed my way ahead in order to get into a position where that can be obtained. So we should be doing fine. Yeah, once again, just not quite predicting its reversal very accurately. It does reverse directly on top of that blade at the end. But I do need to do a bit of momentum correction in the middle of a low bounce to really adjust for that. Or I could just wait for it. and just bounce up top instead, but now that we know that we're not really in too much of a rush. Yeah, might as well just wait it out, in fact. Yeah, so that bounce that takes you up with the trampoline is very carefully camouflaged under the center of the grinder blade. That is going to be, whoops, the element that I have to watch out for here. I initially didn't really see that simply because it is very well camouflaged. It's kind of this orange on orange. Deliberately so, I think. And once I saw that it was coming with the previous attempt where we did manage to grab coin 7, it was pretty clear what had to be done from there. We just need to nail it accurately now, and the timings are not really all that threatening. Yeah, much easier to go down directly like that. And then that would have been fine if I just fixed up the timing a little bit. It's a narrow window, but not excessively so. So let's pop these guys here, and we'll gradually make it over. Nope. I was trying to get a high bounce on the very last bounce there. I just took one bounce too long to do what I intended. And by that point, it was slightly too late. But yeah, just a lot of minor adjustments we can make here in terms of estimating when I'm going to be getting up into the air in certain locations and when to stay on the low bounce on all of these moving targets. Okay. Yeah, just not always correctly estimating when it's going to bump against the right side, since it is a moving target that's, whoops, bumping into another moving target to turn around on the right side and get back to where I am, so probably beneficial to do high bounces on the chomp just to be safe, but we'll see if I can actually remember that. At least with a high bounce you can retarget a lot better. Indeed, that's what we'll do here. Nope, too much momentum going to the right. Once again, yeah, just need to compensate for whatever that trampoline is doing to me. Anyway, going to nail as many jumps as we can, and then we'll get back into this. This guy's going up. And then I was preparing to kind of change trains over to the left side, but we're still subject to a little bit of inaccuracy here, so a lot of stuff to clean up on the way. Alright, let's do it again. And we can just bounce around all day until the auto-scroll catches up to us. Okay, let's not get tilted to the right too soon. There we go. No, there we don't. Need to maintain some accuracy there, even though we are going to be going off screen up top. It is necessary to go off screen, I think, just to have enough airtime before we land on the spike top coming up on the left side, but the fact that we're going to be off the ceiling is going to require a better estimate of how far left we're going before we land, since I'm not really going to have eyes on Mario the whole way through, so... yeah, I just need to make a minor adjustment here, I think. Pretty fun use so far of a lot of the NSMB specific mechanics. In terms of, you know, rewarding the adjustment that you can get off of the twirl, for instance, without being too constricting about it. And there was, of course, a little bit with the Yoshi flutter earlier on as well. NSMB in general does not seem to have been that well represented in the YMM project so far. I missed a train that time. I was supposed to catch the right side long before that point. But yeah, having the twirls and the wall jump and everything as a bit of extra security without having much of it be formally required is kind of nice. That's a strength of the NSMB style that often isn't really exploited in a way that hits a nice, comfortable middle ground. Like, it seems very frequently that you will have levels either strictly require the advanced tech or just not rewarded at all. Whereas this one kind of leaves it open as an option at all times just to get yourself out of trouble. And the spacing rewards it. Now this segment here I think actually does kind of require swirl, for instance, if you are going for that coin, but you have a lot of flexibility to get there. A lot of different patterns you can approach this with, so... For an auto-scroll, it does feel like I have quite a lot of choice when it comes to how and when I platform across a lot of this stuff. Okay, safety coin is up on the... whoa. Right side here. And we'll take the pipe, go through to key door. Macho Man's 3YMM is one of the last ones. I have not played it. It's pretty close to the end. I did see it on the list. Okay, so our objective will be to not die here on the 3YMM screen. Hey, let's switch to Clown Car. Unless I need the cloud for anything, I don't think the cloud is going to be useful for anything that the clown car can't also get me, unless there's some gap that I need to fit through. 3YMM. Thank you. Why, you are welcome. Level, you are very welcome, especially because you're going to give me a star to ensure that I don't die to candles in a cake, which is always a bit of a risk, the way that I play. I'm pretty sure this is just going to dump me on the axe, though. And that'll be the Miiverse screenshot moment there. Propeller Mario riding Yoshi, who has something in his mouth. But we're not sure what. It's the Fire Flower, obviously. And yeah, document, we'll keep that in mind when we get to Macho Man's. Probably on the next stream. We have time to do a few more today, probably, depending on difficulty. But some of the last ones, which would involve, or which would include Document, Gilmore, Macho Man, Kavik, etc. Like, that stuff will probably be next stream at the pace that we're going. Which I'm hoping to run tomorrow, but I'll have to confirm that yet. And, yeah, we'll see how many we get through today, but I'm sure we have time for maybe a few more here, depending on difficulty. So the next one is going to be Super Cannonball Escape by C4ZR from Japan. And we'll see how that goes. This one's cool. Oh, we'll take your word for it. C4ZR, whose full handle looks like it's like a YouTube code or something for a video. I'm not going to punch that in myself, I'm just saying. That's the first thing that it reminds me of as far as seemingly randomly generated strings are concerned. This one is very widely played, very popular. And let's just look at the description here. This is a course in which you're always chased by a multitude of cannonballs, slow black balls in the first half and fast red balls in the second. While not technically a speedrun, you can expect this action level to play at the same speed as those. This course could also be called a remake of my old level, Cannonball Runaway, even though it takes the concept to new heights. Well, document promises this is just a good action level. The description seems to agree. We could have just ducked out of that instead of doing anything fancy. Yeah, because the bottom cannonball was actually within range to die, so that was a little unexpected. Even given all the Mario Maker that have played a lot of these Maker 1 interactions, catch me off guard. The Infinite P-switch is going to send me back. Pipe stacking is going to take me somewhere completely different. We'll do short bounces over that and then hit the POW, and then Muncher in the top left is going to release a green Koopa, which is going to be the next thing I stand on. So yeah, look at that. Lower cannonball within bomb range that just dies and gets out of your way. It looks like there will be a bit of back and forth reversal here that will eventually involve that key, or the key door that we see at the beginning of this section. Yeah, look how in the last level that we played, the thing that really took me by surprise was the big Goombas in lava, which, you know, is something that was totally unique to Maker 1 that we no longer recreate. Here, we're going to make it... Oh! I was expecting to stand on the P to get in the door, but we don't have a key there, so that would not have been it. So that was poor reaction time on my part. Definitely a level that tries to make do with the sort of extra spacing on either side Look at all those cannonballs prop in, because they're connected to whichever room was built on the right. Yeah, always interesting to look at how these older levels accommodate the lack of scroll stop in this game. Okay, gotta run immediately here. We needed to wait for that, obviously, and then, yeah, there was a gate that lowered with the red blaster that's in the bottom left, and that's what we'll be going for while we're chased by the cannonballs coming in from the right side. So yeah, pretty neat back and forth segment here in general. And of course you have objects being punched from blocks into the sideways trampolines, working the old way that it did in Maker 1. The old enemy projectile setup that used to work much more elegantly in many ways. Just in terms of launching everything. Okay, here we go. Very kind of that blaster to give me all those coins at the last minute there. Okay. I needed to get high jumps here in order to give the skewer enough time to retract. That's something I should have known to adjust around, but at the same time I was quite wary of the cannonballs coming in. But there's no reason not to do high bounces here. Wow, that really stuffs you pretty close though. I think you do probably need a short bounce off the right side Koopa if you can. It depends on where they are in their pattern as well, when they're flying up and down like that, like the way that paratroopers tend to do. And also because it's not auto-scroll, one of the things that you have to keep in mind here is that I think my camera position in terms of how quickly I get to the right side is going to affect the skewer timing relative to the cannonball placement. And so I do need to get that skewer on screen as soon as I can. And yeah, that is much more comfortable. We'll wrap around with the POW. And it's going to be a close call here, but we'll make it. And that looked like it was doable at the point, but I didn't get the last bounce. I felt like I was a little bit behind pace. Yeah, even if you just make a bit of an inaccuracy there, as you can see, you start to be a little bit too slow relative to the camera, and if you are, then the cannonballs stuff you on the left side. So the early segment, especially getting up to the skewer, does have to be pretty accurate in terms of just getting the camera to scroll as quickly as possible. And we'll stay nice and low and just try to get to the right side as soon as possible to get everything to spawn. So as you can see, a lot more room to work with this time with the POW block over there. And just a lot more room in general. Yeah, pretty strong incentive to go fast here, hence the level description that we saw earlier where this was described as not being a speed run, but having a very similar kind of time pressure to it. Because the wall closes in. Yeah, third bounce here is going to be pretty comfortable. Doesn't look like there's anything else for me to do over there, and then we're going to hit checkpoints. Interesting, that lower pipe. I don't know whether that will be for, whether that's anything. One thing I'm keeping in mind is that we haven't checked for cake. And I doubt it would be anything like going through these pipes because they would trivialize a number of things. We just need to go fast there and beat the fire bars completely, I think, and get ahead of them. And look at those clouds get eradicated. Yeah, so I do need to jump out of the cloud at that point, but there is an incentive to keep the cloud relatively low, so I have a bit more headroom on that jump. Okay. Going to gain some space once again here, and then we'll get over here and kind of... I was within bomb range, I think. That's the issue. No, I needed to blow that up, and then the POW takes care of the muncher up top, and we jump out immediately towards it. Okay, this time we didn't get stuffed against the walls. That's rather important. And we'll stay nice and low on some of these jumps just to make sure I don't lose too much time here as we get back on the ground. And then all three, and then all of these. Now, that's interesting. The lower bit there. I don't know. Okay, so that's the axe. So yeah, it looks like this is the better ending. As far as I can tell. 3, YMM, and the costume is going to be Mario Maker. We are getting a Scrabble raid from Extra Typo, who has come in just in time for us to see the bonus room. Let me just give us a bit of a pause and say hello to Extra Typo and Blue Elvis. Blue Elvis, hope the chess puzzles and so on have been going as well as always. And so yeah, Scrabble players and chess friends and everybody else, Bevel friends, if you brought in a welcome in. And Newton Nits, hello as well. And Blue Elvis, you've got some good troll levels. Yeah, we playtest some trolls from time to time. I'm not doing Maker 2 today, we're doing our continued retrospective of some anniversary celebration levels that were made for the original Mario Maker a few years back. And we got to a bit of a rough start today, but we're starting to catch up a bit and recover. Impossible dad joke level, that sounds intriguing. Okay, thank you for the GGs, and yeah, I hope everybody coming in has been doing well. I keep meaning to find time to stream more Scrabble again, and hopefully I can do so within the next week or so, but that has been a bit of a scheduling challenge lately, so definitely want to bring that back, though, as soon as I can. In the meantime, though, we should have enough time to get through a few more levels today. The next one is going to be Life Without Mystery by Helgafan. Helgafan, who I think was the person who made that massive calculator level as well, like a really famous Maker 1 calculator contraption. I recognize the name anyway. Let's see if we punched in this code accurately. Josh called me sus. And, yeah, that might be fair if he's ahead by enough that he can afford to burn his S's like that. And, yeah, you're telling me that Giant here is the same Helgafan as the calculator maker, so... Look at that giant question mark. I guess that's maybe a mystery mushroom or something symbolizing that. Or just a sign that the Riddler made this thing. That huge green question mark. Green mushroom with a question mark. It's going to tell us to get all of something and avoid something else. We'll find out what that is in just a moment, but let's read the description. Mario loves mushrooms, but recently he started suffering from severe culinary boredom, so he decided to travel to a mysterious place outside of the Mushroom Kingdom where, according to rumors, some rare and special mushrooms can be collected. Unfortunately, all Mario could find were the kinds of mushrooms he already knew. However, for some reason, they tasted much more juicy than usual. But be careful, Mario. Some mushrooms you feel familiar with might turn out to be poisonous in these strange lands. For those wondering, the descriptions are on this website, which was where this 3rd anniversary project was hosted. I believe I also have the word bond running, so in case any of you are really into mycology. Anyway, Life Without Mystery. Let's see it. Well, that's a lot of mushrooms. Yeah, all with the forced Lanky Mario mushroom that is going to tell me to get all... Okay, so I want to get all 3 of these. Probably not these ones, these are just a demonstration, right? Probably all of the mushrooms that are obtainable on the way, perhaps. And yeah, that's a lot of shrooms. As well as a massive contraption here that I don't know how to activate yet. We'll see what that's about. Okay, so we need to get all the mushrooms and we need to avoid something else. We need to get all of the 1-ups if we can. This is telling me to do something else. Ah, yes, okay. It went above the track. Ah, okay, some kind of limit-related contraption that activates with the objects on tracks. I think that's what it is, that because the objects on tracks are going to be counted against a separate limit, you have this gate get triggered. And then we're going to avoid the Mystery Mushroom, hence the title, Life Without Mystery. And yeah, you have a great day, Blue Elvis. And yeah, we're fairly clear about you trolling Josh. I guess that's just how things are going to go. Notice that if I grab the Mystery Mushroom, it looks like it's going to activate a P-switch that's going to be a muncher drop. This looks pretty interesting. Let's go back and do that. Let's try to grab everything except the Mystery Mushroom. We'll need to cycle through it a few times just to let this whole stack loosen up here. I'm pretty sure it is going to be a P-switch activation if we are not careful. But yeah, for those who didn't know, Blue Elvis is a very regular chess streamer. Big presence on Lichess. Always a lot of fun to watch. We're gonna ring the doorbell for no apparent reason. And yeah, Donkeyman, I was thinking that you basically have the 1-ups staying loaded on this platform. This is firing some coins. I'm going to ring the bell, and I think that having collected everything, something should drop, right? Yeah, I mean, it's very clearly a P-switch activation. It's going to drop everything below me if I'm not careful, so... Did I collect everything? Back then, this was basically magic, yeah. I mean, I certainly didn't notice in late 2018, even. Though that was just mainly from not being that attentive to the game. Okay, so we rang the bell. Oh! Now that's interesting. Was it... Yeah, I needed to stand in this location and then... What even happened there? That's interesting. But as you can see, yeah, the mushroom stays loaded on top of the blue platform. I think that's what's going on. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, yeah, no, I crushed the 1-ups here, I think, when I rang the bell. And so once you deleted 3 entities, that freed up the pipe. And then that allowed me to come up here. It was specifically because I got all the 1-ups, yes, exactly. Now we have to be fairly careful here, once again, because of the P-switch potential. But nope, that's a no. And Waluigi is going to fall to his death. RX-7 man, congratulations on finishing that last remaining level in that set you were talking about. And yeah, let's see what we can do. Extra typo, by the way, since you're here, I can solicit your opinion on which lexicon I should play next week. I'm actually thinking that I'm completely unprepared to do call-ins. But I may actually be able to play. That's what I'm getting at. In the upcoming tournament. Still trying to confirm a few things, but I hadn't quite decided on which lexicon yet, though. Because I was originally thinking that, you know, by the time that things relaxed at the end of the pandemic, I would just mainly convert to call-ins, and I realize I am completely unprepared. Of course, I've just been rusty enough in general that neither dictionary really feels comfortable right now. So, I'm kind of leaning towards doing NWL, but we'll see. It's been ages since I actually played any kind of major live event, so might have to cram a bit against the wiggle spot before we do anything of the sort. Whoops, same mistake. That's it. So much for that. But yeah, as you can see, all of the mushrooms that are spawning here early on, they get loaded onto these blue platforms, and because of the drop in the hole spacing here, you have a certain number that's going to be forced ahead of time, and they're going to count against a power-up budget. And then you kind of scroll things in within the sort of local range, which will count against a limit. And you relax the limit to the point where eventually... Yeah, so once you have a mushroom spawn over here, that dunks the jump block hits the shell lowers the gate. That's how it works. So... And the use of the lanky mushroom for that, I believe, is just a kind of special cosmetic touch. But as you can see, you scroll down here, you finally get the gate open, and then we're able to get through. And we'll get over here. And yeah, extra typo, as far as lexicon goes, I think that in either one. There are people that I haven't seen or played with in a while, so even just a sort of social element of facing off against some old opponents, I think, doesn't really decide that one way or another. But we'll see. Definitely looking forward to, well, afterwards I would have to catch up on what's going on with the streaming event, because the format that they've put together for the kind of Premier Collins bracket seems to be pretty interesting. For those not following, we are talking about upcoming live Scrabble events that are going to be streamed on Twitch. You are unlikely to see me play as one of the people on the broadcast. I will not be, in fact, but it will be a pretty interesting thing to follow for those of you watching from home. You're sadly not playing in a main event. Oh, is it because you're kind of involved on the streaming side with the commentary, or...? Yeah, because I'm basically just kind of checking some arrangements to see if I can do the early birds. But right now I have to sort out a bunch of things just to ensure any availability at all at the last minute. But yeah, looking optimistic though. And, you know, maybe I'll just have to bank on a lot of other people kind of shaking off some pandemic rust as well, and learning how to add and subtract and track tiles again, which is also something I noticed was recently implemented in Woogles, actually, that there was that tracking and arithmetic practice mode, which might potentially be useful. But yeah, looking forward to seeing you there if I can make it. I hope so. But we'll see. Okay, yeah, I need to bump these guys over. You know, this specific thing here reminds me of the beginning of Lost Levels, or rather the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, which basically starts out with a mushroom that's just like this. Exactly like that, in fact, in terms of the placement and teaching you to bump a mushroom into position as one of the things that was, back then, the mark of an advanced player. Okay, down there we have that mushroom that is obtainable. I think that's the only thing I can access right now. And then we'll see how things shake out from there. I think it's going to be P-switch because you would have to have that too. Find 3 1-ups. Okay, sure, let's do that. P-switch is not sustained, but it is going to transform everything here. And so we need to find out how to access this guy. Probably using the lanky mushroom, but no, we can just find a passage that will allow me to go up. Often forget that the lanky mushroom does break stuff. Since, of course, it's another thing that disappeared after the first game. Now, let's see what we can do up here. Yeah, pretty massive state change, actually. Looks like we'll probably want to look for something that was previously inaccessible, which is going to be this thing up top. That's number 2. Yeah, very nice. Retreading this with a new power-up that gives you a pretty significant amount of access to new space. I don't know what else was accessible with Lanky Mario earlier, though. So let's get back here. Let's see. It doesn't look like anything is particularly very cool. This looks like a soft block risk. This thing here. Yeah. Oh, no. I would assume that that would have been checked, just given the quality control for a lot of this stuff. So I guess that's going to be a lot of nothing, unless there is something that we can access. Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright, let's go for the treasure hunt anyway. Oh, so I could run over here. Yeah, that's right. Because it was not obstructed by ground. And then we just stand here on the left until the mushroom comes up and gets collected. So now we have collected enough to release the entity limit to open up something else entirely in some later area that I'll have to reach. Probably all the way back here. And oh yeah, we can go all the way up here as well, and that's going to block me off until we figure out where to go next, which we had. Yeah, there we go. It's the bomb. That opens up. I don't think there was anything else to see here, so let's move on. Okay, so it's still telling you no mystery. Mysteries are not allowed here. Notice the pipe stack. If I went back in, nothing happens because it is blocked as a one-way pipe. Let's not stand on top of that. That would be bad. No mystery mushroom times 3. Okay. Interesting. Ah, I see. So these 3 get loaded in somewhere, and then we follow this, and we just avoid them on the boat. Ah, okay, so you have to avoid up to 3. So if you collect 3, then that is death. I think I understand. I would assume then that there's some kind of bonus for not collecting any at all. This reminds me immediately of Therymon's level in 6YMM, actually, which was also kind of a hit point based avoid power-ups adventure. Pretty elaborate one at that. Whoops. Nope, that's gonna be... Nope. Ah, okay, so it keeps on sinking until... yeah. Until you lose most of your access to anything. Alright, let's go over here. Then allow that stuff to... Whoops. I was hoping it would float up, but I actually just have to jump on top of that stack. And yeah, Donkeyman, if Therymon shows up to one of these in Maker 1 streams, he actually made, at the very end of Maker 1, a level that connects to Maker 2. And so yeah, Astrotype was, like, the way that this thing is built is extremely elaborate. It depends on a lot of kind of memory management trickery in the background that exploits how the game engine keeps certain objects alive and counts them, which is fairly advanced stuff, and also really difficult to manage in terms of quality control and just bug testing. But as I was saying at the beginning of this level, this is the same maker that was well known for making this giant numerical calculator in the first game, and just building it inside Mario Maker, where you could punch in numbers and it would give you a result. So, and yeah, strategy. welcome first of all, but since you were familiar with some of the Maker 1 streamers who used to play this stuff, you'd be aware of that. And yeah, Document, it's a really quite elaborate, that it takes you all the way to the bottom, like with every hit that it lowers you by 1 level. Especially back in the first game when nobody had access to things like the on-off switches, that everything is just done with, you know, some kind of bomb that's going on in the background, or... Yeah, like I said, I'm kind of expecting that... Whoa, that's gonna be death. I'm kind of expecting that the bonus objective, if any, is going to require surviving all of this, so... And so let's just try to avoid some of this stuff. There was a particular pattern I was going for. Oh no. Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate. I would, of course, ideally like to find a pattern that allows me to not take any hits and survive up top, so we can see what the potential best ending is, but we'll see how feasible that is, because the mushrooms do get pretty dense here, as you can see. And then, okay. Then we'll just need to watch out here. Lots of munchers up top that are potentially going to drop tons of stuff on me. And hey, we're not doing too badly. That's going to send me all the way over here, and that's going to drop everything, and then... Looks like it's maybe a kind of costume check or something at the very end. Okay, so this formula says what? Something 1 times 3. Like, this number minus this times 3. Let's check the left side first and see. Let's see what this is. I think... Oh, you can miss 1 1-up. Okay, okay. But we're not going to, are we? Looks like you can funnel your way through here. Anyway, it was telling me something important. Let's check the left side first before we proceed. Yeah, I would be able to get back as long as there's nothing in... Oh no, it's ground block, so that's blocked off. That's fine. Looks like that's just coins. I'm just going to check some of this stuff, although I think it's pretty clear that we need to go through the center and probably enter a pipe. That might be this guy. Yeah, it's going to be this guy. And then... What do we got? We've got the secret cake. Okay, great. This looks like a fork. Very courteous. This is one of the few levels that has actually provided me a fork with which we can devour the cake. And a knife, for that matter. You can tell the knife is sharp because it's made of ice. And then... there we go. Okay. So we got that. We're not going to touch this. And we have something times 3. But anyway, we will sneak down here. And then this is going to be some kind of massive, incomprehensible mechanism that will do something for me eventually. Oh, I see. Okay, no, we need to collect everything. This is a survival challenge. And then it's going to detect whether I did that successfully. And it's going to kill me because we did not do that successfully. So, yeah, so we need to collect probably all of these in the next room then. Okay, I get it. It says all, and then it says no for the second round that's going to come. So there's going to be one round where we try to have... yeah, we have to try to get everything. And then a second round where we have to avoid everything, assuming we pass round 1. Okay, understandable. So nothing is activated yet. This is going to get tucked away. Now we dodge. Okay. Tricky. But we got it. And then it should activate something else that releases me, right? Yes. There we go. Three YMM. Okay, naturally we're going to try to skip the flagpole. Not that there's much room for anything beyond it. Oops. What? Yeah, nothing beyond it, I don't think, but we'll just take it and go. So I think we should have time for at least one more. Which will be a natural breakpoint, I think, because then we'll be finished with the set that was from October 2018, and then... well, let's take a look at the next one and see what we're dealing with in terms of difficulty, clear rate, etc. But the next one is going to be a level by K-Dog. It's going to be called Chase Your Dreams. So let's load that up. This one was great, though, as we were talking about earlier. Very reminiscent of the level that Theuremon made much later. Oh yeah, the thing I was going to say about Theuremon, yeah, he made the set of levels that were actually paired and had a way to unlock secrets between Mario Maker 1 and 2. So if we get him back on a stream at some point, we should take a look at that. And yeah, Actor Typo, hopefully we'll see you soon, if all goes well. And in any case, you have a good night, and thank you so much for bringing the Scrabble crew over on a raid as usual to once again nudge me to stream some word games again, which are long, long overdue. So yeah, fantastic level. Amazing contraptions all over the place. Tons of lanky mushrooms. Just a great showcase of the possibilities of Maker 1 right there. Anyway, let's load up K-Dog's level next. And so yeah, that would leave, if this is the last one we're doing today, then it would leave the ones from May 2019 for a stream of their own, possibly tomorrow. And that set would actually begin with Donkey Mint. I don't think I'll get to the level tonight, Donkey Mint, depending on how this one goes, but it would be a pretty natural starting point for the next stream. We will definitely at least have time for this one, though. This looks like it's going to be F-Zero. K-Dog, I do know from Maker 2, as somebody who does make a lot of music levels. This may also be the case here, as we stare into Captain Falcon's piercing gaze from the thumbnail screen here. The description reads: the F-Zero Grand Prix dates back to the 26th century. This grand race featured the most technological racing machines competing in several circuits or cups of fast-paced floating action. It was well known for its wild fans and eccentric competitors. Winners of the Grand Prix received large sums of money and a great deal of prestige. Due to a large number of injured participants, the Grand Prix was cancelled several years ago. But thanks to the support of many fans, the race will continue. To commemorate the 3-year anniversary of Super Mario Maker, you will race today as Captain Falcon. He's a well-known bounty hunter as well as a great F-Zero pilot. Many mysteries surround Captain Falcon. The only thing we know is that he's from Port Town. Here's the return of a great competition. We wish you all success. Which mostly reminds me that we've never really seen Captain Falcon do any kind of bounty hunting. It might be a Boba Fett situation where, you know, the next time we see him in a game, by that point he's just sort of ascended to upper management. Anyway, Mario's going to take the long death. It is going to feel like F-Zero right from the start, as you can see. Just with that fall over there. But anyway, there's going to be an F-Zero music level. We're going to lose the Captain Falcon costume almost immediately. Fast music auto-scroller, but with the added complication of the airship camera bob. Yeah, let's not miss. So we'll get over to the blue platform on the right, hit the block. That seems to be the way forward. Yeah, some locations here do kind of seem to give you the flexibility to slow down a bit. But we shouldn't assume that will be the case. We should take it like F-Zero and just go fast if we can. This is at least the third F-Zero level that was seen in this series. There were, of course, the two that were made by Barb in 1 and 2 YMM, which were non-musical. Mostly just replaced music with death. Oops. I always get a little bit thrown off by the Mystery Mushroom costume peeling off when I take a hit, and the pixel sprite just flying everywhere on screen. Okay. Ideally, we can get by without taking that hit, but everything moves pretty quickly here, so we'll try to get back on pace and hopefully land successfully on those dry bones over there. And, nope, got stuffed. That would have been recoverable if we were just ahead of the screen scroll by maybe one additional block. Okay. Just have to make sure we read all of the appropriate landing points here, and it looks like we're probably back on pace, despite the airship doing its thing. Don't think we've seen a cake location just yet, but we'll keep it in mind. In case there was something like a key block that we needed to hit. There are no collectible pink coins, so it is potentially something pertaining to a key collection, which is very often the case with some of these music auto-scrollers. Whoops. It may also just be some kind of requirement to keep the Falcon costume at the end. So, a couple of different possibilities for where the secrets placement is going to be. There's one area here that looks like an opening. No, it isn't. I probably should have expected that would be closed off by an invisible ceiling. Let's pay attention here. And up we go. And we just needed to drop in and get an additional jump there to get to the right side. We just read that a little bit slowly. Yeah, I think I probably do have the opportunity to land on the left first and then get an additional jump over instead of going directly to the right side. But we'll have to reassess that with a bit of practice. Nope. Yeah, we just go faster on that Goomba. Then we can do that, but at that point I'm too far behind on the auto-scroll to get on top of that Goomba that I just died to. So maybe we can't really do things the long way, we just have to get all the timings down as smoothly as possible. In general, with a level like this, if something is unclear, it is probably because I'm taking something too slowly. No, I just missed a Goomba completely. Yeah, the Goomba should get me high enough to get to the right side there. Nope. Well, that is the F-Zero experience. No doubt about it. That is smacking the corner of that muncher there. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't try to go directly over. We'll have to make a lot of these adjustments as we just learn the level and try not to get too many edges. That was a miss. Pretty huge miss. Yeah, I wish you were still here so we could explain how music levels work. The music level tech has been getting extremely advanced in Maker 2 because of the changes to how screen scrolling is controlled and how objects work. I mean, but yeah, that would be something that's kind of fun to explain. A lot of the modern tech in Maker 2 is way beyond me, though. I mean, I basically know who to ask about that stuff. We've had a lot of the music maker experts show up on the stream before and show off a lot of their creations with a lot of the new globally looping methods and everything, but even this old sort of auto-scroll style I think was a huge leap in evolution in the first game in terms of people initially starting with just pure music boxes and eventually developing them into these full-fledged playable experiences where you can actually jump around below the track in a relatively engaging fashion. Whoops, yeah, that's gonna be too slow. I still don't really have a good, comfortable method for that location just yet. Okay. Too low, but we made it. And then that's the spot where I had to drop into the right side previously. Yeah, strategy. We actually had one viewer come in last week who has been working on the software for MIDI conversion into Mario Maker. There is an existing version of the tool already, but basically they've been implementing some more advanced techniques into it, and that's something that took him on the order of about 400 hours to program, or so I was told, just to get the web app put together. But basically people who are experts in doing this stuff have written guides on Google Docs that go into about 100 pages that are just full of tables and such on how to set up loops and get your desired tempo and all that with the existing instrument set. But yeah, the music kit has always been a pretty essential part of Mario Maker from day one, just because of the way that Mario Maker was kind of a spiritual successor to Mario Paint in the first place. And Mario Paint, I think, actually still has a somewhat active music sequencing scene. It's very niche, of course, but there are still people who build in it after all this time. And Mario Paint has got to be about 30 years old at this point. I remember that it was being sold with the mouse on the Super Nintendo, probably back in, I want to say, 92 or so, 93. And of course people would be doing that on emulation these days, not on the original hardware, but still with the classic instrument set and its various limitations. But yeah, the entire technique for doing stuff like this evolved extremely rapidly in the first game, just in terms of the level of sophistication that people were capable of. I feel like I missed some kind of bonus somewhere. Notice the top left there with all the coins. Anything else to hit? Yeah, so I needed to maintain the power-up in order to hit this. Now, I can't really take a death here to retry it, but if I can, I will try to retry it with the Falcon costume intact. I do have to get the clear by the looks of it. Unless I can just go back in and see if the scrolling does anything different. No. Oh, there's a bomb. Okay, we can die to the bomb, actually. That's good news. That's probably not intended, but it does allow me to retry this segment, so I can try to go for the secret. We'll make a couple of fair attempts at it. I haven't been doing this very successfully so far, so I'll need to be a lot more accurate than that. But at least we know how everything is going to go as we approach the ending. It's a very clear secret route. Just a matter of keeping the Falcon suit. Which means it's also doable from checkpoint, as we can see. But yeah, all my jumps are a little bit inaccurate, and I think part of it is just the airship camera position bobbing up and down as it often does. Or maybe just not reading the Falcon sprite very accurately in terms of visualizing where the hitbox is going to be. And yeah, let's just take the death. Okay. But yeah, there's a pretty well-established community of just music makers at this point. kind of do themed assignments every month or so. And yeah, just a level of technique on display at this point is really quite immense. Nope. You just have to be really careful with that Goomba. That's one of the trouble spots. Getting over the spikes has been a slight issue for me here. Now I'm a little behind there. I just needed to get down to the right side of the lower platform faster. But we're getting closer here. Fixing up a few mistakes. Nope. Having the F-Zero startup sound when you do obtain the costume is a very vital touch in this level as well. Nope. Still a bit of a trouble spot there. I wonder if I should just let the top platform push me against a wall and then I fall into the lower platform on the right side, because I'm gaining a little bit too much height by trying to handle that as a jump. That's going to require a few changes anyway. Yeah, I just fall into it. It's much easier. And then we see some bombardment, and then we see the closer over here. Okay, so that's a 3Y on the airship. Let's not die to the candles on the cake. And that transforms me into Builder Mario. And that transforms me back into Foggy. Okay. And yeah, that's just going to be matched. We pop back out. This does the same thing where it gives you the bomb. It would, if you placed it poorly enough, potentially blow up 2 columns here, take out the ice, and let you fall to your death. But we will not do that. We will actually try to clear this. Unless there's anything else to look at, I don't think there is. Sometimes music levels do give you an additional segment to just kind of inspect the track. Not so necessary in Maker 1 when you have editor access, but we did see that with Composer's Village People Macho Man level in one of the streams last week. But yeah, this was really quite a fine creation. There's an F-Zero music level, and then that's going to be it for this segment of 3YMM. All of the uploads that were available up to October 2018. So we're going to finish up here, and we're going to send you folks off to somebody else, but I will likely be able to continue tomorrow. If not, then definitely the day after, but I think tomorrow will work. So, yeah, Document is going to be first up in the next stream, and we're also going to have some other familiar names. There's going to be another one by Helga Fan, in fact, who created the Mystery Mushroom level before this one. There's going to be Gilmore, there's going to be CTRX, Pascal, Macho Man, Kalvik. There's going to be somebody named Nova who's not the Maker 2 Nova, it's a different one. But yeah, a lot of old friends coming with the remainder of this set. For now, though, that's going to be all. Thank you so much, everybody, for dropping by, and everybody who came in with the Axer Typo raid as well. And we will send you off to somebody else very shortly. So thank you so much for watching the levels today, We'll hopefully see you tomorrow. I'll send you on to another destination in just a moment, and as always, have a great day ahead of you. Have a good time with whatever it is you're doing, and fare thee well.